Well, hello. Just taking a look here. Yesterday I started after stream. I started kind of just roughing in what this would look like to have select update things instead of completely replacing them. Part of that is to have the clear set here at the event level where we handle it. We're like, okay, this is a new click, right? We can be sure that we need to clear whatever we had here. It's no longer relevant to us. Get rid of it. Which would then let us use set selected tile again. There are a couple things that we need to do, and I started with tile because it's going to be a little bit easier, I think. First thing we need to do is just determine what we still have left for connections, right? So if there's anything that's flagged for delete, we just go ahead and take that out of there. We do that by building a new list for the selected connection stuff. And then using set selected tile again, right? This will need to be a function because we're going to need to do it here too, but we can do that in a minute. In fact, we should spend some time going through to-dos and making sure that they get to done or kick down the list a little bit. But maybe that's what we'll do next after we get this done. The problem here with this now, and I forgot to open the terminal. The problem with this, right, as it is, because it started down that path, right? Is that it's going to re-add things, right? But that's not an insurmountable problem. We would have to either, so like if I was to and then cancel, then it wouldn't close, but it's because we get a whole new deal. So that's not ideal, right? We would have to either keep track of the widgets, and that's where I was when I got interrupted, I think, last night. Yeah, so we make sure that we have a tile widget. Otherwise we create an edit struct and then we start a new form container. And this is right where the problem becomes a thing. But so we would have to either track the form container and the selected tile frame or not frame, but form and all that, or we would have to pull these out of the parent object, which is probably okay. This creates a new form. And I'm not sure which way I like better just yet. This just returns the struct, so that can be run either way. That's fine. The form container is a problem, and the form itself is a problem. The other thing we could do is just always have a form container. That might get weird, though. Because it might still have, it would still exist, so we still have a gap between it, right? So we probably don't want that. So we could do in edit bar. We have the form parent. We would need to have like the form and the frame that holds it. Form parent might not be the best name for this. This is just the the center area there, right? Because we add our selection tiles to form parent as well, right? It's kind of just the center. So maybe this is center frame, and then this is just header, because this encapsulates the edit bar itself as a concept. And then we could put our buttons down there. And that would work. We could also, I guess, put in selected tile. Selected tile has a form. We could give you your form wrapper. But if we're going to call it container down there, we should probably do that. And then here, we can say we do that. This should be var. And then var. Which is a form. And we can say if it's nil, then we build and set this up. But you don't return. Oh, it's because yeah, that should be fine. Except that's actually probably fine too. Here is where that condition ends, I think. If it's nil, then that, else form container is form container, and tile form is eb dot form. And because we rebuild update data, we can reset that. That's fine. I think that might just fix it up. Let's give that a shot. See if there's any little edge cases I'm not thinking of here. So if I was in here and I was like, oh, brr, 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 brr. Wait a minute, I don't like that. Cancel. You're still adding. Oh. Because this is a separate. Yeah. Yeah. But this, and I'm like, oh no, I don't like that. That cancels correctly. So we just need to fix this part now. Let's rerun that and make sure that if I was to come in here and apply that, yeah. Hi, I disconnected yesterday. Did you find the reason why code no work? I did not. I did a minimal reproduction. I don't know if you were there for that or not. With just the basic no, you weren't. Okay, good. Well, oops, I just reopened the exact same thing. We can talk about it real quick. It's interesting. I did a why you no work basic repro that all it does here is it has a body, it does a text and a snack bar that says hello world just to prove that all this machinery is working. And it's supposed to log an event and snack bar out an event. And if we run this, like so, we see our snaky bar and all that. But if I type things, no events fire. So I did that. I gave them this repro in a GitHub issue, and I'll let them worry about it. Seems pretty much not my problem at this point, unless they can identify what I've done wrong. So we'll just have kind of wonky following the issue. Yeah. We'll have kind of wonky select until that's fine. I decided to push on, and right now I'm working on getting the some of the UX a little better for when you're modifying connections and stuff. Previously, if you were to cancel or click save, it would collapse everything, all the connections that you were looking at, which kind of sucks, right? So we're fixing that up. Oh, let's see. So that's all well and good. What we need is to center frame connection section. This right here. This, I don't know if we have anything stored already. We have a form, but this is for each one. So what we would need, connection edit widget, takes the section, So either we can stash this someplace so that we can point to it, or we can pull it out of the parent, which we know about. We know about the center frame. Because we don't already have a struct for that, we'd have to add a struct if we wanted to track it. So maybe we can just do that. Pull it out. And we can say set name. And up here we'll say something like that. Something like that. Or we could say if, don't remember exactly, it's centerframe dot get child by name is what it is. And this returns a node or nil. If it's nil, then we do this. We can't do that though because if we're going to do that, can we do this? Can I do that? I don't think I can. Oh, maybe I can. This is not happy because oh, because I have that. Then I would have to do an else here. Except for this is backwards. That would be, if it is nil, then we make it. Otherwise, it is this. So we would need to do that. This returns a node. That. But that will break that. So what we actually have to do is as frame the node that returns or nil otherwise. Okay. And then I don't need this because it's already handled. If it's nil, then we build it, like so. And then Think we're good. Because we update it if it exists, otherwise not. Otherwise we add it. And we already deleted it in the button if it's deleted, so... No. Why not? Oh, because I'm silly. Because this doesn't set the name. Well, no, it should. We should set it here. Is it not getting set? Let's do inspect. Frame 3. That's going to require me to actually select something first. Try that again. Frame 3. Frame 1. Room connection list is there. Does frame not implement layouter so that this does not work? Or have I done something else incorrectly and confused myself? Let's see what that was. Shouldn't be anything important today, but, you know. Nope. Let's see. Let me do this. And then we'll cancel so that we get the 2, and then we'll inspect real quick. Frame 1, room connection list. 2 button 5. Oh, it's... Oh, no. No, it's fine. There's still the list. I must be confused about my logic for updating. Select the connections because this is... It's because of this. This updates the selected connections, but that's the backing data. It's not the action update data. It's not the widget. RoomCon. The this takes the update data. This connection. This is where I've gone wrong, because this also puts it in. So this actually needs to be that. And then this becomes... No, what is RoomCon? Connection update data. So it's that. You're a selected connection. And your connection update data. That. Then we have you and you, let's say. Okay, well, you didn't reset that, and you added that, but other than that, we're better. It's because that won't be correct, because you are a connection update data. We would need to get you a form, but specifically we need the struct, and that would work. There we go. And then if I was to actually change that to connections edited, I'm not sure why you would be two, but we can look at that. And then we come back. Should have paid attention. It was this one, I think. No. There we go. And it did save it. So we've got a messed up count and duplicate adding addition buttons. So we need to get rid of that. This needs to go. This is oh my gosh, I can't type today. Add connection button. Do you return? You should return. You don't return a, now you do. So that we can do the same thing. That. That. And then here we can say center frame dot child by name connection button name is nil. Then we do this. Otherwise, just let it roll. So if we 4.2 to 3.2, we add a foo. Just expand this. If we cancel, then everything gets reset. Hunky dory. 4.2 to 3.2, we add one connection's edited, which is correct. Maybe I just left a thing in the last one. That's 4.2 to 3.2, so we'll come back. 4.2 to 3.2. It still shows fantastic. If I was to expand this and add a foo, unedited, click, click, it expands. The button still works. If I delete 4.2 to 5.2, hit apply, everything's still expanded. I go add this. I hit apply to take the defaults. It does not reset that. But it thinks it did. Okay. Is that because I have a bug here? Probably. I don't have errors in the logs. I think it's a bug in my addition. If I was to do that, then it would stay and it would apply. Okay. Oop, I got a bug there too. Okay. Can crash if I click on a connection afterwards. We need to handle that. But let's continue testing this real quick. Let's see, 3.2 to 4.2, we'll delete you, we'll hit apply. I'll do some stuff in here, like so. New 4.2. It's weird that it wiggles over, but it's also pretty minor. That was interesting. 3.2 to 3.3. If I delete you, hit apply, and then cancel. Okay, no, I was... Don't know what happened there. Go back here. Why would you be laid out differently now? 0, frame 1, frame 2. All of that looks right, but then you wiggle over. Let's reinspect that. Frame 1, frame 2, frame 3. That's bizarre. Ah, it's because of the width, I bet. Bet you the width gets... changed. Doesn't look like it does, though. It's bizarre. The other question I have is, if I delete you and then try to do this, nothing happens. Okay, that's probably correct. We just need to UI a little better. So, I guess we can look at why that layout changes. Connection button. One click, a waiter is handler, which is this, which is the same thing. No, it's not. I lied. Uses connection edit widget though. So that should be the same thing. Target frame is that. Let me update the whole frame. If I come in here and I delete 3.2 to 4.2, apply it, connect it, leave it blank, still wiggles there too. Doesn't actually save it though. This calls frame update as part of its stuff. No, it calls it on delete. Origin, destination, all of that. This goes in there. This should update that. Maybe that's part of the issue. Some kind of a race between updates or something. Uh, 3.2 to 4.2. Recreate you. You don't. Everything about that is wrong. What the heck? So we definitely need that. Perhaps we need to do that in reverse order. Still wiggles. Super, super weird. Wonder why. We use the same thing. We just build our update data. Make sure it doesn't exist. We add our update data and we should do a connection. If we set the delete flag here, then it'll clean up on a cancel correctly. We just need to be careful that we do an on change for this form. On change. Dot. We need to do this after We clear that delete flag on a change to the form. Won't fix our wiggle, but it'll kind of smooth out the experience a little bit. The connection handler. Remind me what you do. Yeah, should be updating everything. This widget and all of its children, which should be correct. We can update it after we toggle, that's fine. It'll just trigger another update. I'm not worried about that at all. Maybe I should be. I don't know. We're going to call it good for now. But well, this is a separate Go routine outside of the main configuration rendering and event handling structure. Don't think I am, though. Let's just try it. See if it happens to be something like that. Let's see here, 32 to 42, delete you, click apply, click add. You're still wiggled over. If we cancel you, you're supposed to go away. Why didn't you go away? You don't actually exist. Let's put in it's probably because no, that shouldn't be it. Look at button bar again. Cancel, refresh selected tile, refresh. Okay, because we call connection. I bet you that's why. Connection still has stuff in it. If I was to do that, would that make you behave correctly? Apply, add a new, cancel. No, it doesn't. Interesting. Okay. Let's take that back out. And in this, where we do the form update, event, listener, on change, print line, form changed. Like so. See where this actually gets fired. You, you. Don't think it does. Don't see that event. Now, if I was to do this, then I would see it. And I do. Huh. Plot thickens. We cleared that. This... Clear selections. You do call that which... Select the tiles. No, then we set that. Set that to nil. Deselect that. This. Clearing that is what's losing that, I believe. Apply that. Come here. Cancel. No, still. Wait a minute, that wouldn't even be getting called. Or it shouldn't be. When we click cancel. Not anymore. That makes more sense. This... we just call refresh. That, and then new line, con. Let's log that. See what's going on. I will need to see, so let's go like that. 2 2 2 3 2. Let's say you go away. We apply. I sneeze. Okay. Delete false, 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 true, false. 6 1 2 3 4 5. No, never mind. I can't count. It wasn't scrolled up. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it was removed. Okay, that's what I expect. Connect you like so. Cancel. Delete is set to true. So why didn't you delete? If I cancel again, I have utterly lost where I was. Let's make some spaces. Cancel again. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All I know why. It's because we delete you, but we expect that you have been hidden. I think. This is the full delete, full tile. That happens not in button bar, but in the connection edit widget. This connection delete is true. Yes. Okay. Not sure I like that. There's too many moving pieces that are in different places, right? We want to put that. Maybe. Maybe we want to do away with this selected connection list because maintaining a separate list kind of sucks and it's causing problems already. In order to do that, or this holds the form container. If we were to connection edit widgets, this does return the parent frame for it. we would... How do I do this? In button bar. We do the deleting there. We want to... think... refresh. If it is set to delete... then we put this after, so if that's not true, it'll do that. Form container dot... this would be not that. It would be, because the form container is the wrapper for this exact form, if I'm not mistaken. The div, so to speak. Connection edit widget. Yeah. No. Transit container is the wrapper. Form container is the thing we hide, right. We would need to have inside of here either you do that. Or no, because then we'd have to go up multiple, so I think that's better. So we just in here. And then here, if it is set to delete, con dot. Are you not your selected connection? Oh, I put you in. Selected tile, not connection. That. Let's put you down here, I guess, with the rest. Your bits and pieces. And this would be... Can I just call delete on you? Then the button bar... I wouldn't be there because that just dispatches. It would be in the edit widget here. This, we still want to delete it on a delete because we don't want it to be, I think this is going to crash. We don't want it to be showing up there, right? We just want it to silently go away and the backing data stays. But if we go here, we delete that, apply it. Something has gotten messed up. Let me restart that. We'll need to tighten up a lot of this for different things. Well, that didn't work at all. Oh, it's because... No? What's going on here? Okay. You think here. The... This way is also fraught with problems. And perhaps the answer is that I need to be smarter about what I'm storing versus what is being operated on, right? Versus the UI elements. Let's see. Tempted just to roll this all back and try to clean up the data structures first. Because they've kind of grown over time and there's a lot of cruft now, I think. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. Let's do that. Might regret it, but it's fine. Let's take a really good hard look at the notion of the selected tile and all that. Selected tile. I think tile I'm okay with. Tile feels good. It's connections that are the issue. Just a second ago and in general, right? the connections, we have a widget for them, or we store the widget that's selected, and we didn't wrap it like we did for tile. Take a look at how we're using this. Use it there. We do need to hold on to that for the sake of update data. The and the reason we were storing the connection stuff separate was because the backing data, if we're not selecting a connection widget, which are not always, especially in the case of tile, right? The backing data needs to be left in place unless... No, it does, because we don't change anything until you click apply. We update this on refresh selected connection. And the update data triggers the icons and all that good stuff to go. But we would need to the connection between this and the UI is the problem. So this is the disconnect, right? Where we have to create the widget, we give it the connection section. So if and you return a selected connection, which is the struct that the form edits. And maybe this is the issue where we give you a widget. No, sorry. We give you the parent node and the update data. what we need to do is let this drive the UI. But so what we should do and you return what? You return the selected object data structure and the a core.frame, which is the overall wrapper. Transit container, yes. This is the entirety of that entry. This to place it in the slotted in, right? But right, we did that because columns was set. Does that make sense? Or do we just put this all into like if the parent object connection section gets styled with a grid, then we can just put these in. Kind of reduce the nesting of divs a little bit, or frames in this case, which I like in concept, right? This gets connection section, which is the connection table frame, which says column. So if we did this, if we took your style, actually, hang on. Does the button get added? Wouldn't matter. It would go into the left-hand side currently. This goes into this. Get rid of that. And then this. Let's change you here and here and here and here. Not there. We're going to return something else there. This all becomes connection section. And then this needs to return that's why we were doing that, so that we could return this frame as a thing that we can then delete, right? Connection section. Delete the child. Not connection section. Okay, yeah. We need to back that out. Because that's how we wrangle all this into one to delete it. What's going on here? Let me just do this. And that gets harder if we don't have them as discrete things, right? So that's why we did that. Okay, that still makes sense. The thing is that actually, one second here. Also, let me check. The thing is that we want to be able to update that thing with its current contents. That's weird. I not have the right thing clicked. So if we delete 32 to 42, which are traditional guinea pig, I need to cancel that. I need to have a cancel for that add clicky. Three two four two apply because I forgot to do that. This. I think it actually was offset always. Like it always scooches over. It's just you couldn't tell. Yeah, definitely. You just couldn't tell because it collapsed everything. Okay. Interesting, just side thought that occurred to me. But if we do like an update method on the connection frame that holds all of them, then when we call update on that, theoretically, it should clean up things that are deleted if we tell it to. The question becomes, does that make more problems than it solves? If it doesn't, then we can just put we just manage the data structure, right, and let the UI take care of itself, which I like as a concept a lot. So if we did that, so it's like the tile. Connection section is connection table frame, which is this. Okay, so updater what was the signature for this? Why won't you? Like it shows me the signature, but I don't know why it won't just accept or just insert the snippet. So this would need to then be a method, and it'd say for range b dot selected connections if connection dot delete, then or Delete the children? No, because. Because. We're going to want to check them for their status, right? Because they will have, well, I should say, we would have to track visibility in here if we wanted to do that, because this is not the widget. It has the form in it, but it's not the widget. But maybe that's okay. The way we want to think about this. This takes a node, right? If we do it this way, delete the children. If it's not set to be deleted, then and then we do is it this? No, it's gen edit widget. New frame. Connection. But you are update data. You're selected connection, not an update data. But we have you in here. So we can do that. And then if we do that, also here we want to say if, oh, hang on. Selected connection is our selected connection. Those words made sense, really. They did. When we do build the connection edit widget, that's what I want. We have a function or a method to toggle visibility, right? We do. We set that, and then we can say not the container, the update data dot. We don't want that. This is what we want. Want to put in here expanded is true. Expanded equals false. And this defaults to false, which is correct when you create a new one. So when we do the update, we say we do this. This is going to create a new selected connection, though. So we would need to update data. I don't know if that matters. Maybe that's fine. This is very much tied to the whole setup, right? Because it stores references about itself. So make that explicit. So we can do new connection is that if eb.selectConnections dot or not that connection dot expanded equals true, new connection dot toggle visibility 2 equals, thank you. And this this, and then if you flip this, we say if it is set to delete, then we just continue. Otherwise, we do all this work. We toggle the visibility if that be the case, and then we say equals append updated connections, new connection. And at the end of all this, are you not? Oh, just like the header. Connection. And at the end of this, if or no ifs about it, just eb.selected connections equals updated connections. So anything that gets deleted, we just continue. We skip it, right? We build all the new stuff, put it in there, set the visibility state based on the old. And I think that might work. So then in the connection edit widget here, this no longer deletes. What it should do is dot expander set can I not make is it not set visibility? It's set state, right. And it won't be expander, actually. It is. It's a closure, right? So it's transit container. Invisible. Instead of deleting, we just hide it when you click delete, and then we clean it up when we do the reload. And then this becomes that. And if we're going to do that, then it doesn't actually need a parent. Because we can just access the parent. From parent. Rid of that. Add that. This should basically work as a drop in, except we need to check check button bar. Because fresh selected tile, not tile, connection. If that's nil, then we return, which it will be if we change, if we've selected a tile, update the data, set the selected connection, which clears selections, which is still correct. We just need to ensure that we trigger the updater appropriately. It should get triggered when we do an update of the form parent, which is fine. Which actually... I think everything works right here, but we're not really using the new functionality. Let's do this. Add a tracing line here. And then apparently my connection sucks right this second. It's annoying. That was weird. Let me restart that. So updater gets triggered. Build all that. Cancel, updater is triggered. We don't see 4.2, 4.3. I don't see any duplicates. That's good. If I delete you, apply, updated triggered. Still have 8 though. 3.2 to 3.3. Apply. Did I not? Updater gets triggered there. Ah, it takes out the connection edit widgets. So it's you, and then we update the frame, which immediately kills the entry. Crap. Okay, this isn't the end of the world for this idea. This just needs to not modify. That's what I did wrong. I conflated my ideals. My ideas. You need to not modify selected connections at all. If it's set to delete, we continue. We need to extricate the idea of the connection from this, if we can, in some way, shape, or form, I think. Or we have to have a different struct that gets that drives this, right? That doesn't really make sense. We would have to have like a method that takes a connection object and puts it places. But we would still have to rebuild these widgets, right? I guess the update data is the thing that really matters. But then we lose our references. They're not correct anymore because we're creating new ones here. Maybe it's okay if it rebuilds the object and changes that, but it just can't change the list. Does that make sense? I need a beverage. I'll be right back. All right. And maybe I'm also thinking about this a little bit backwards. Less backwards than before, but slightly still, because the deleting all the children and re-adding, it just seems wrong, right? It seems like too much work for things that haven't changed. But maybe it's not. Because otherwise we would have to go through all the children of this object, try to match them to this, and then we, like, what's the point of even storing this then, right? We would need to put the container into the struct here. So maybe this is fine, but what if we say if well, we don't know about the state of the child widget still, right? So we'd have to check that. So maybe this is faster or you know, more sensible. I don't know about faster. You'd have to benchmark really to know. So maybe this is fine, but we do new connection is that if it was visible, then we toggle it. We get rid of this. Let's leave that in for a second. But new connection. Then we toggle the visibility, and then we say eb.selected connections at index is new connection. That way we don't change the stuff. So if we delete you, cancel, you're still there. If we delete you, we apply, then you're gone. We apply. That still doesn't work, but maybe that's fine. Maybe we don't care. What about the case where I delete you and then I don't apply? And I do that. Nothing happens. Probably okay. We should probably give them some feedback, but from a data modification standpoint, I think that's fine. And if we cancel, and this is still gone because we still clear, but that's probably okay. This gets us back to kind of where we were, but with a better approach, I think, right? Let's get rid of this. And then make sure we cleaned up. Yeah, we hide you, we flag you for deletion. Actually, we don't even need to do this because we update. Retune, fortune. Yeah. I think I like that. And I don't know that we need to update the frame. We would need to update the connection section. That's a note. Okay. I think that's why we did it this way. This updates all the children, so it's probably fine. I think. think I like that better, a lot better. Okay, so let's do this. Drive the connection widget presence off of selected connections by rebuilding the list on updates instead of manually manipulating bits and pieces. Do that. And then that sort of paves the way for us to reconsider this. The form parent, form container. I think we still do it this way. Not var, but and then that's that. We say I don't even think we need to do that. We say that you are eb.formParent.child by name, file form element name. And then if form element is nil, go ahead and build it. Not there, but here. And then this becomes that. Why do you think you're a node? Ah, because this is as frame. That's what tripped me up before too. Okay, so. And that's nil either way if it doesn't implement the layout or interface, which frame does or should. Then this tile form element actually this Yeah, this is still tileform element. Edit bar form. We do need to get rid of that. Still. That needs to live in the run. We'll do that in a second. Can we do this better? If we were to... We don't store we don't store the parent in here. That's the problem. But maybe we don't need to. This isn't nil. Then that if we do child by name dot form dot name. Oh no. Form name. But this can't be as frame because it's not a frame. It's a form. Widgets. No. Could type assert it. Does this make sense, or should we just... that, if we do that, we could then say and this isn't nil. Then we do that. Should probably also double check. No, I don't check up here. I just look for that to know whether or not I need an element. That's fine. And then here I can say if tile form is nil, then go ahead and make it. And either way, we set the struct. We set up the selected tile. All of that goes good there. Then we need to go through here. We still need to get the connections. We get the connection update data. It's here that we need to say for index existing con range wait, hang on. So we rebuild our list of connection updates. This would add it, so we can't do that. We need to do this here. This is where we go for this. And we say if the dot connection ID is the same. Then that. And then I don't think we actually care about we might this because this is a loop variable, right? Dot so connections at index update data is that. And we break because we found you. We go on to the next one. And we need to say that, and then if we didn't find you, we add you. So either we update your data or we add you. And then this. How can we be clever about this? Because we still want to run this for the sake of the update, right? Or, actually, hang on. Maybe I'm an idiot. This handles updating the room tile. It's not that, it's tile handler. It's not that either, because it gets built in new map widget. Where we give it build connections. That's the update func, right? Yes. And this goes and pulls out all our connections. That still makes sense. But we still need, yeah, we still need to use select to make sure that we have up-to-date stuff, right? So all that still makes sense. Then we set selected tile, which no longer has, I need to put you, remember to put you up in our run loop here, the handler, the event handler. So we clear our selections in both cases. Or for that matter, oh, no, it's already there. Because we delete, which in this context, per my note, handy that, means to clear all the selections. Okay. And then our waiter does not clear. Okay, so that makes sense. We'll need to take it out of here as well, I think. Eventually for sure, but right this second, I think we do need to take it out of there. So yeah, this is correct. The correct place to do this, because we come through here, we got our new connection data, our updated connection data. If we already have you, then you're here. If you were deleted, then you should be gone. I think that this works. We also need to make sure that on refresh selected tile, we update, and then, yeah, we set. So I think we're good there too. The logic to remove deleted things from here. Does that still need to be... It won't show up. Yeah, we still need to check here. That. If delete, continue, otherwise. That. Let's see if that gets us where we want to be. Like so. That needs to be... Ooh, we're re-adding stuff again. Whoopsie-daisy. Why am I re-adding stuff? That's because... This is going to bite me again, isn't it? This edit widget. Actually, it's a combination of... Um... So selected tile. Part of it is this. The... Yeah, I think that's actually the only problem. Because it wasn't finding it. Oh, I gotta fix this too. I'm not opposed to... Selected tile. These will need to be moved to constants anyway, so that's fine. We can just do the same thing where we did up here. But and then you get added to connection section as well. That. And then what we can do is form parent dot child by name connection table name. This is that. If it's nil, then we create it. Then the rest of this becomes fine. I think this could all go into one loop, but it's easier to read this way. That's fine for now, I think. This just needs to be sort of the same deal. And they need to be constants, but that for now, just to validate the idea. Right, this we needed to make that so that we could say no, we don't. Yes, we do. I lied. New connection button. Not core. So let me eb dot form parent dot. No, not form parent. Not any of that, but rather connection section. Child by name. New connection by name. If that's nil, then we do that. And we say set name, new connection button name. That might just do it for tiles. Unless I'm missing something still. Which is possible. So if I had some stuff open and I was like, changing you. Wait a minute, no. Yes, good. Except... we're adding stuff still. I don't know what happened there. Did I forget to... I did. Set name. Connection table name. Now, if I was to be doing stuff like that, like this, and I'm like, oh no, I don't like that. There we go. Okay. Wiggled over. Oh no, you do go on form parent. Go. Try this again. Open some stuff. Make a change. I don't like it. I go back. Okay, there we go. It still wiggles. I don't know why it does it. It drives me a little bit insane. But... and then if I was to do this and apply, everything would stay open. This... that did not... I had to click twice. It didn't work. So I broke that. Well, now it worked. What? Click off. Click back. Delete you. Apply. Did I forget to apply last time? I might have. No. Now you work after I click off and back. Which probably means that didn't get cleaned up. That would be in button bar. And if this delete, then we send that out. Yes, okay. That would all be fine. Fresh selected tile. That should clean that up. We maybe need to update, but that should also get triggered after we reselect. So I shouldn't need to do that here. I never did. I never set that back. After we went through and did all that work, just got thrown away. Okay. So we'll do something like that. There we go. Okay. And then this needs to still be flagged for delete so that on a cancel, it gets discarded. What if I also did that, and then if I deleted you, wait, what was the case I was just thinking? Cancel. I want to make you expanded. Apply. Yes, okay. I delete you and I apply. Everything happy. Okay, so let's set you on creation when we add you in that handler. It'd be in connection edit. No, add connection button. There it is. So it's where you get called, you get new connection handler. That's what you were. Yes. Oops. Connection update data. Here, this. This is a temporary entry until applied, set to delete, so that a cancel click will remove it. And then we need to handle the, in the form, we need to go back there to do the on change handler again, because that was a good idea, I think. On change. Wait, what was your signature? It was just. Was it that? Now I'm questioning my own thoughts here. Concepts for not concepts, widgets form. Oh my gosh. There we go. I swear I just did this differently a minute ago, so events. Now on change, it's an events func. Let's say did like I don't know. I maybe I'm just losing my mind. Either way, it's fine. We'll just reset that. So I come in here. Let's see, I'm looking at some stuff and I'm like, all right, I want to delete this one. And then I want to add this one. That's not good. I broke that now again. Because it's because when we do the add, we update, which then immediately yanks out. Crap. Okay. So we need to do that a different way. Oops, I forgot to change back. Close that. Not ready for you yet. I need to undo this change because that is the broken part. Because when we go well, no, why is that broken? It should take it out here. It should not take it out sooner. That just hides it. Or not hides it, but you know, skips over it so that we don't build a connection edit widget for it if it's set to delete. Where are you broken? Why you do this? Ah, right, because it doesn't display it. Because we update it after we add, right? We have to rebuild the frame to pick up that change. That's why. Okay. That makes sense. So what we need is either maybe it's okay if and only if. So we're in here. we're making changes. We're like, all right, well, let's get rid of that one. They were like, oh, wait, no, I need that one. And then I'm like, oh, cancel. Oh, cancel. Oh, wait, I delete. Maybe that's fine. The other thing we could do is add like a new tag, but or um like a new tag or a some other kind of tag that would indicate that it was something that pre-existed or it was finalized or something. Or yeah, maybe new tag is okay. Let's do this, and then when we do new connection handler, that doesn't go there though. And then the only thing that actually cares about whether or not it's new is our refresh selected tile or new, then we drop you. The thing we got to do there is make sure that, well, no, because it'll pick it up. If it gets added, then when we refresh the tile, it'll pick it up. I think. So, I mean, here, I'm like, yeah, cool. I like my endpoints, my exits. I want to delete that one, though. Oh, wait, no. Oh, wait, yes. No, it doesn't. Because cancel doesn't refresh. Or does it? And something else is wrong. Cancel button, refreshes selected tile, and then connection. Refresh selected tile. Should eliminate that. And then we set, we go through. We add all of that. And then we update again. Which should end up rerunning that function that drops omits drops everything and it puts in only the current ones. It would be Apply on click refresh, or deferred refresh. Cancel as a refresh. And that should be, should get set. It's connection.new. We append it to selected connections. That's correct. Let's do this. Let's do a cheeky debug. It's going to take a while to compile because this uses a different cache. It's running, it's just hiding behind me. There it goes. Okay. So we're just gonna, I'm gonna leave this on the screen and drive over here. So we take you, delete our sacrificial lamb, apply that. Okay. Selected connections. There are 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 8 of them. Just use the numbers. There should be 7 at the end of this, right? We zoom. Well, that ain't right. Oh, because this hasn't been assigned yet. Updated connections. There are 7, yes. Okay. Silly me. Then if we re-add you, then there's a new in here. We click cancel. We come back in here. There's 8 of them again, because we just added one. Come down here. You didn't get... There's still 8 of you. You'd probably be the end one. New is false. New is false. Where... Hang on. What's going on? Cancel you. Get past that. Go back here. No 3.2 to 4.2. Add. Clicky clicky. Cancel. New is false. New is false. New is false. Why is new false? Something else is changing that, I think. It is the damn it. It is the UI refresh. We can't have it setting anything to do with the selected connections, which means we're going to break our references to the things that are in there if they get rebuilt. Not this. It's under this. Because when this comes through, which we do because we rebuild after we add it, the update data will get recreated without that because it doesn't have any way to know. We would have to say well, actually, hang on. Yeah. Yeah. We'd have to do this. Let's do this just to prove that this is indeed where the issue happens, which I'm 99% sure it is. And then we'll have to look at this again because we might need to like wrap it or something because if it's changing things and it's already bitten us, then it'll be a problem in the future. So I'm here and this doesn't actually That was bizarre. Wow, everything. That made everything weird. What in the heck? And then I cancel. Well, I must be going insane. Why was it so weird before? Let's delete this one. Is it because I forgot to apply, perhaps? Okay. What in the world? Let's just restart and try again. See if we can duplicate that. Now it's behaving correctly. All right. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Okay, so that does, more or less at least, fix the problem of it not going away, but don't like this. So what we would do or need to do is we have like the underlying data structure and the state are two separate kind of concepts, right? The expander, expanded, new. And when we add this, either we need to split those up somehow, or we need to not have this adding stuff to the update data, not returning a not update data, but select a connection. It would need to I guess the other thing we can do the way we're doing it, we delete all the children, then we rebuild, which is probably fine. It feels kind of gross. Like a lot of work for nothing, right? For things that haven't changed. But if we were to go through them, we'd have to go through both and match them up, right? Which is why we didn't do that in the first place. The other thing we can do... Nothing builds a select a connection but this. Because they're so tightly coupled just in nature, because this holds a bunch of references to UI elements that make it up. What if this? And instead of this, that. And then we just need to fix this up like so. That. And then, yeah, because that's just a filter, that's fine. That can stay. You would need to then take, which is a connection state. Expanded should go in here as well. If we didn't find it, then you would take that. Well, actually, yes. And then we would do at the index state equals dot state. I don't need to do that because this is already the current ones. We just updated the underlying data. That's fine. We need new state here because it is a new connection object. We didn't find it. So that's fine. And then here, connection section updates. Because this is also new. This still needs to be updated with the new stuff, but we can lay this in, that's fine. So that it can consume the new edit widget. Then this does that. And we do we get the current state we handed in. The widget, but keep the state. That would take all of that. And then we wouldn't need to do that. I don't think, hang on. We would. We need to do that because we've rebuilt it. Because we don't have a handle on the UI object. Nor should we, really, I don't think. And then you do, not that, new state, connection state. New is true. Expanded is true. This is going to break the expansion stuff, I think, because nothing is going to call it. What am I still here? This needs to be that. This just needs to be... Toggle visibility is that. That's fine. For the on-click. This would need to be... that. State dot. Expanded. Set state. It's actually just exactly this. Oops, too many. And then we need this as well. This needs, oops, comma, or a paren rather. And then toggle visibility, what it can do is actually just do dot expanded equals not sc, or inverse of state dot expanded, and then sc dot set visibility. And then when we build we do the update, table frame, we do that, and then we're going to say action dot set visibility. Think that'll get us going. So we delete and cancel, it comes back. We delete and apply, it stays gone. Oop, nope, that was weird. Oh, it's because... Nope, I lied. I don't know why I did that for a second. Well, anyway, we'll look at that in a minute. If we add, then you did not get expanded. But if we cancel, then you go away. Why did you not get expanded? I'll have to figure that out. We apply. You didn't retain your expanded nature, but that's fine. Okay, so that is going to be a problem though, because we want that to stay expanded. But one thing at a time here. So why did it not, when we did a new, we set you to expanded, we add you, we toggled you, that's why. We don't need to toggle anymore because when we update, it's going to figure it out for us. Reach you to forge you, our traditional sacrificial lamb will apply. Now you expand, cancel, you go away. Apply, you're going to collapse, but you're going to be there, which is good. You won't be... Well, now you're just broken. What in the world was up with that? It's probably because clear selections. No, that should do an update. Huh. Okay. One thing at a time, let's fix this expansion. I hope I'm not making a thing that is fragile in the UI library sense when Cogent runs it, which I'm kind of getting worried about because of that. I keep seeing weird intermittent UI bugs. But the so the thing we need to do is when we do a new in button bar creates not that, but the updated for connections. Do I have... I do have updated in here still. This needs to be moved into that for state. State is updated. And let's go fix this. When we update those guys, or let's see, spot spinner, spot chooser, right? Yes. Anytime we do one of the child form, we have to set that. On change, state is updated. If this connection.state.new, this connection.state dot equals false. If we've changed a thing in it, well, that might bite me because we want to... We don't want to do that here. Because if you put things in there, but then you cancel, we want it to go away still. So, the... place to do this is going to be up here where we do the submit of a new thing, I think. If it's been updated, we dispatch the updates. We only have delete and update. So we need to do... Yes, because here is when it has actually officially been done. So we can do... Just do that. It's fine. I hope. Theoretically. So, yeah, why? Why this? It's like you don't get all the way built. But then we click around a couple times and you do. We'll need to chase that. So, we apply there. Great. Fantastic. We add a new one. We're like, oh no, we don't want that. It disappears. Good. We go, oh yeah, we do. We make that. And it stays open. Okay, perfect. That part working wonderfully. Now. Fantastic. Make myself a note about why I did that. Okay. So. Let's do... Actually, before we completely commit this, let's also do our connection selection stuff. This needs to be a function. We'll call you filter deleted connections. It will return a list of pointers to selected connection. And it will take a list of pointers to selected connection, like so. This... Oh my gosh. All of this comes down and lives here now. And this goes to... that. And at the end of this, we return updated connections. Perfect. Love that. This now... that. Because this is going to need to do the same step. And now it can all live in there. Love it. This, we already got rid of that, so that's fine. Mini dust storm kicking up outside. Love that. Fun times. As long as it doesn't last more than a couple seconds, I'm fine. Close the window if it does. Okay, so the connections. We need to do the same thing we did. Oh, I need to lift these up as well. Let's do that really quick before I forget again. This this, this. All of y'all need to come up here. Quick question, and excuse me if it's a dumb one. Are you using Go for rendering the front end too? From what I've seen in the last 20 minutes or so, something web-based under the hood. It is Go. It is a UI library called Cogent. And we can pull over. Whoop. And it does do web stuff, but it's also running locally in this case. It's not purely a web app. It's not purely WASM. It can be built to WASM, but it's a cross-platform UI library. It's kind of cool. It's got a lot of sharp edges still. Most notably, their docs are lacking in a lot of cases, and I've run into a number of weird bugs. Like, I wouldn't use this in a production project, but for something that is low stakes like this, yeah, it's fun to play with. And also welcome, and no, that was not a dumb question at all. Alright, that up there. Oh, that looks like a framework worth no. My work recently has been in backend. Yep, me too. Done about 100,000 lines ago. Server code in the past 2 years, but haven't touched anything even remotely UI. I am also mostly a backend dev, which is probably why anybody who has come in and looked at this who is a UI person is probably like screaming in disgust and has left immediately. But I'll never get better at UI if I don't do stuff. And also, I need to make a UI, so I'm just going to do it. And if it works, it works. And right now what we're working on is just the editor for the maps, but there is a server and a client. Client is using Cogent as well for the UI right now. Server is just a server. There's no UI to it. Uses WebSockets. Okay, so I was working on the selected connection. We need to do the same thing here with regards to, so we set that right here. Connection update data. We need to do the same thing here that we did for the selected tile. Where we need to make sure we don't have multiple parents. And we also need to make sure that we don't add things that are already in. So I think we can lift most of this, actually. Because we'll still need to do new states. And I think this also comes with, because we can use the same constant for that. So let's put that in, and then this will go up here. New states. Full disclosure, though, I'm using Go because of work and know it fairly well, but I don't really like it all that much. Still quite interesting to see how others are using it, though. I enjoy Go a lot. But that's just me. Like, you know, everybody has their opinions on how a thing feels to use. Like, that's one of the great things about having different languages. They all suck, right? Like Thor says, if there was one that didn't suck, we'd all use it. but they all suck in their own ways. So you get to choose the ones you like, or you don't because of work, right? But there's nothing wrong with not liking a language or liking it, a different one. What languages do you like more? I have a colleague who really enjoys it. What I really like is the discussions we have comparing notes and thoughts. Yeah, exactly. It's always good to nerd out with somebody about a thing you're interested in, right? Talking code is usually fun times. We still want to set them selected though. So it goes after. For all my hobby and personal stuff, I use Rust. Okay, cool. I'm also teaching a friend coding and doing Python and TypeScript React. Cool. I've done a little bit of Rust, and I did it after I had done some C at work for a little while, at an old job. And because I could really, I had just experienced all of the pain they were trying to solve, that was kind of cool to be able to go, oh yeah, I know exactly why you say you're doing this, because that was bad, right? But I stopped doing Rust because there's just nobody cared about it for jobs, right? So it was really not... I needed to focus on getting better at languages that people wanted for work, basically. And learning more of them. So I switched, and I actually went to Go, and that's how I got my last job. And then now I don't know what the next thing is. I usually say that Rust has one of the best Stockholm syndromes of any language. It's ugly and wordy, but I kind of like it. I mean, that's fair. It is ugly. Like, the syntax is just so hideous, but safety and things actually working is super nice, right? I was willing to put up with a lot because of that. You are not that. You are... update is what we called you. That's... And then if we didn't find you, put in the updates. This is all that now. And then this, that, nope. I got an extra one right there, yes. Select a connection widget equals connection widget. That can stay. Form header, that can stay. Do we not? Oh, that's right. We don't have this button in connection stuff because it doesn't make sense. For me, the syntax around generics and some of the shorthand that's popular in standard library are bad, but the features it brings make me happy. I prefer complexity in a language and the standard library over simplicity for various reasons. I mean, that's fair. One of the things I like the most about Go is how strong its standard library is, right? Like, so if the complexity lives there with the people who are hyper focused on making the standard library as bulletproof as possible, then that's less stuff I have to do. So yeah, I totally understand it. On the flip side, I'm confident I could teach someone to competently code Go in a week, which is a good plus when onboarding, especially if paired with a strong coding style. Yeah. Fast, speed. I used to write a lot of Python, and I liked Python, but then Go spoiled me. I also did a big, we had an internal, they called it a test framework, but I mean, it used PyTest, right? It was just a big testing library, basically, for an enterprise product. And we had to migrate that from Python 2 to 3. And all of the Python dependencies and the fact of the non-backwards compatible version bump like really soured me on Python. And then I wrote more Go and found all the joys in it. I was like, I can write it almost as fast as Python. I can do more things than Python in a way that I feels intuitive. And there's a lot, like, I don't need requests. It's built in the standard library to do an HTTP endpoint, right? So I kind of got spoiled and have stayed over in the Go land. I've been disappointed by the Go standard library in places, but it does have a lot of batteries other standard libs don't have. Yeah, there are some things that are missing. Perplexingly missing. Python unit testing is a whole other nightmare. Usually, at least at my work, everything is mocked and faked. Yeah, so much that 80% of the unit tests are basically testing whether if and for are working correctly in the core language. Yes. That's another thing I really love about Go and Rust. There's two things that they kind of came out with roughly around the same time. Like, don't quote me on that, but it seemed like about the same time they kind of came on and into prominence. Native cross-platform building and first-class testing support. Those two things are so important and such a good advancement in dev tooling that any language that doesn't have that's new, it's hard to take it seriously, right? I also try to avoid mocks in testing where possible. Like, sometimes it's not, but I would rather spin a database container and shoot real requests into a throwaway database than mock it. I mean, deduct account function, unit test, inject a mock wallet, a mock processor, a mock output. Yeah, mock errors. So unit testing whether if wallet.balance greater than withdrawal amount takes the right branch. Yeah. Absolutely. But that's kind of more of a just a testing entry pattern, right? There's no reason that you couldn't set that up correctly in a Python program. It's just work to do. That kind of Go muddies the waters between what is really a unit test and what is really an integration test. Like, it's really easy to cross the boundaries, and they're not hard definitions anyway. But, you know, in a Python library testing case, you would have to, you know, that would live in like an integration test land. It's testing pattern failure, yes. Making mocks is too easy with Python unit testing libraries. Yeah. I don't Go has a great coverage thing, and I never use it because I learned quickly that coverage means very little. It's almost impossible to measure good coverage, right? And so I don't find value in looking at it, really. It could help you to identify things you forgot to cover. That's about it. And even then, it's going to give you it's only going to give you a red flag for anything that you totally forgot, right? If you didn't remember to thoroughly cover it, you're still going to miss it. So at the end of the day, the Mark 1 eyeball is still the best way to gauge your test coverage. Lessons I learned the hard way working with developers that didn't know how to test and didn't want to. Usually look at the coverage of my tests mainly so I can see crucial blocks of code that haven't been run through, which can flag scenarios and combinations. Yeah. If you do the coverage output that highlights things, that's a little more valuable for sure. Like for this, I have very little testing because it's UI. Right? And I don't even know if Cogent really has provisions for testing, but for, you know, my server stuff, not config, that's config files, but for my server stuff, I've got Lots and lots of testing going on. Let's see here. No, it's good. I mean, if I wanted to sit alone and write code without interruption, I wouldn't be here, right? Like, I'm here to interact with cool people and have nerdy conversations about code stuff. That's what makes it interesting to be on Twitch and to be streaming this stuff. I think that's what we need to get that going. I'm sure I'm missing something, but we'll find out the hard way. Run you, and if I come in here and I expand and I cancel, oop, nope, I forgot to check the existence. That's what I did. Set selected connection. Connection section is that. And this, we can actually use the same global here, same constant. In place of that, like so. Now, got red squiggle? No, just taking a second. Now, this should hopefully... So if I open you and I hit cancel, then you're still there. Got that weird wiggle going on there, but that's just a cogent thing. And then if I was to make some changes and say, no, I don't like that, perfect. I delete, I apply, fantastic. And I don't have an add here because it doesn't really make sense. You would have to click multiple things within, like, where's the origin, where's the destination. So that just doesn't make sense to have the ability to add. You need to come over here, click. I did the wrong one. You would need to go over here and then click, and then you get your icon update. Fantastic. Perhaps my biggest gripe with Go is how pretty much any sub-problem you need to solve turns into a for loop. The new additions to standard with generics, map, filter, functional style things make it better, but the closure syntax is extremely verbose in those regards. TypeScripting and Python's lambdas win. Yeah, Go is verbose, but because it's verbose, it forces you to write things more clearly. One of my favorite lines is in their ternary. There is a thing in their official ternary operator in Golang in their official. Nope, that's Go docs. That's not the official docs. Why can I not find it? I'm sure somebody in Stack Overflow linked it. Of course, I can't find it now when I want it, right? Okay, they didn't link it. It's in the FAQ. That's where it is. Golang FAQ. There it is. Why does Go not have the question colon operator? There is no ternary testing and operation in Go. You may use the same, or use the following to achieve the same result, right? The reason that it's absent from Go is that the language designers had seen the operation used too often to create impenetrably complex expressions. If-else form, although longer, is unquestionably clearer. Language needs only one conditional flow construct. My argument is that the simplicity in the language and standard lib imply complexity in user code. Problems we're solving are complex, so it has to live somewhere. I'd prefer the language designer, usually very smart people, would put in more complexity in the library and language, so everyday users didn't have to reinvent it in every project. Yes and no. Because, I agree with you. One of the things that I have said for a long time is that, you know, assuming you're not going and doing something silly, complexity is neither created nor destroyed, right? It's easy to create complexity, but assuming you're doing your best, it doesn't get created or destroyed. It just gets moved around. I have said that for years. So I'm with you there. But I think that because the standard library is simple, it allows you to account for only your complexity. The benefit of a simple syntax, though, is that the code can a lot more easily be generated, which my work uses a lot. Gotcha. I haven't really messed with Go Generate. I like to know what code in my code base does and to build it. So I try to avoid generators, and I don't use AI, all of that, right? There are good use cases for it for sure, but I haven't run into a lot of them where I really needed it. Like, I don't believe in generating API endpoints and stuff like that. I write them myself, but that's just me. Okay, so, and that added our deal back, so that's good. That works. Fantastic. We need to... I think everything, that's everything for this change, I think. So we're just going to do... We work the connection UI logic to be driven off of the selected connections list instead of... Now we did that. That was the first step. This is rework tile and connection selection to use the new connection list logic and persist state. There we go. My project required connecting to an existing OpenAPI v3 REST service. I needed to translate it into our internal protocol, so I wrote a generator from the OpenAPI spec to a Go module that provided... Okay, yeah. That provided those methods. Came in quite handy. Here's a quick example. Delete the nth item from a slice. Standardlib doesn't have that, so the nearest thing I could find was append... Yeah, reslicing, which threw a cog in my brain the first time I saw it. Yeah. I mean, it can. Yeah. But once you get used to that, like, it's not too bad. You just got to be a little careful. You know, anytime you're reslicing stuff, you can run into trouble. But yeah, I agree. Okay, so let's look real quick. That said, I had a choice between Python and Go when I started my big project at work, and I picked Go primarily because it's strongly typed. Yes, I don't like it, but I still stand behind the decision. It was a beneficial one. Yeah, I'm a big fan of strong typing in general. one of the later versions of Python before I really stopped paying attention to it. I think like 3.12 maybe, 3.10, 3.12, added type hinting, which helped, but not having to worry about validating and handling wonky parameters and arguments is really, really nice. I'm also a big fan of Go format. Like, there are things about it that I had to learn to live with that I didn't necessarily like as much. But the fact that all Go code that's formatted conforms to the same format makes it easier to read all Go code. Python's introduction of typing, which is not enforced by the language itself, made me think of that meme. Look at what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. Yeah. Yep. It's kind of like, it's almost like TypeScript, right? Where it's there, it helps, but it's on you to actually use it. I've done a little bit of TypeScript, and that's what it instantly reminded me of, at least. All right, so let me take a look at my backlog here. Well, at least TypeScript compiler will throw errors on the compilation pass for types. Yeah, there's that. I think doesn't the interpreter, the Python interpreter, do warnings, or do you have to log them? It's been 3-4 years since I messed with it, and I was like, oh, that's a cool idea, and then I didn't really write Python anymore. Python compiler will completely ignore all type information. Okay. If you want types to block, your compilation has to be a separate block. Okay, yeah, okay. That does make sense. Everything in Python needs to be a separate step. PyBlack needs to be a separate step. Which is what they need to mimic a fraction of our power for Go format, right? LSP for Python or a linter of some kind will flag type errors, but Python itself will not. Gotcha. I thought there was something, but maybe it was just my LSP. This done. Applying a change doesn't collapse things anymore. We need to do that. We need to do that. And that we can leave open for keeping an eye on. And I'm hoping that my weird occasional UI glitches are resolved now that everything's using the new stuff, and it was just like a conflict of which got updated first, but we'll have to keep an eye on that too. What we need now is for the adding a connection, we need to have a UI element come up and help to, you clean this up too, help to say, hey, you need to select a thing or to cancel. So let's do that. Got let's see, I put that in, it should be fired in the on click for the add connection button, I think. So we have the click awaiter, but before we fire that off, we need to do, I need to look at my docs for what they call it again. Widgets. I want a modal is what I basically want. Dialogue, is that what we want? Yes, no, maybe. Yes, okay. We can have an okay and a cancel. We actually just want to cancel. So I think we can use this. I think this will work. We need to... Da-da-da-da-da. New body is what they want. And... a style observation, mainly because of all my work doing code reviews at work. You can join multiple arguments with the same type in function argument lists. I assume you're not doing this as a stylistic choice. You are correct. I find it, like, I would probably get used to it, but I find it harder to read when they are, like this is totally valid. I find it harder to immediately connect the name to the type. I'm not like hard against it. If I worked with you and that was your style that was, you know, company wide, then I would just follow it. But when I don't have to, I'm just gonna put them in there. This wants a new body and they have a top. Okay, so this should say select destination tile. You dislike it too, but our style guide stronger. Yeah, stronger is that is. I can get over a lot of things for the sake of whatever the style guide says, just because I know how nice it is to have uniformity. As long as they use K&R curly braces, this is heresy. So that we call it select destination tile, and then we do add bottom bar, which is a func, which takes bar, which is a core.frame, and then we do add cancel, which is a bar, on click, which is a func, events, which says, in this case, we'll clear that. Oh yeah, fully agree on that. New line curlies are an abomination. Yeah, monitors are getting wider, not really taller that much. Yeah, that's true. I still try to keep the line length manageable because I like side by side, as you might have noticed. Usually, like right now, I'm not using both panes very well, and it's mostly just because I like that. But I really like to have test and then the module under test normally, or something I'm referring back to, like the package I'm consuming or something like that. So that helps to keep my line lengths short, or to encourage me to do it. But there's a lot of different opinions on that. Line length around 100, 120 is perfect so far. Python style guide at work mandates 80 and it's painful. Yeah. I've worked with people that still used, you know, Vim or NeoVim or some flavor of that as their only IDE or only editor. Not really an IDE, but, you know, and they still debugged using GDB. And so, yeah, you know, like I understand it's a pain point for those folks. And personally, I'm really big on choice of your environment, right? Like that, I don't want to dictate that to you. I want to enable you to use your environment to do the thing, which is why I like native cross compilation so much. Like I want you to be able to run my stuff no matter what your platform choice is, right? So I love that. And kind of the same thing where like, if that's the style guide and if that makes life easier for those folks, then okay, I can live with that. I don't like it so much in the appearance or the practice. I like the outcome. I use NeoVim, but it can stretch to however wide your monitor is, and 80 columns. Anyone says this is a liar. Yeah, well, you can do anything you want to NeoVim, right? Like, the whole reason I don't use it is that I don't want to spend the next 3 years crafting a bespoke collection of dot files and learning the key shortcuts for everything other than basic editing. Only reason you would have 80 columns is if you're coding on one of those Phosphorus CRT monitors with a CGA graphics card. No, that's not true. If I was streaming using NeoVim, then, I have a finite amount of screen space here that I can show on the screen without making you have either a bad experience or an ultra-wide monitor, right? And this should actually probably be a little bit bigger. I've had some people tell me it's hard to read what's on the screen, but like there's also my ergonomics, and this is already kind of huge. So, but there is a use case there where if you're trying to share a screen, like having a long width, a wide width could be detrimental. Or if you're like, like people I've worked with, you're 75 years old and still slinging code like a boss, but you don't see so good on your Mac Retina monitor. I don't think they were actually in their 70s, but I worked with a couple guys that have been around for a long time, and they had a lot of really good knowledge. I was really lucky to work with them. I bit the bullet and spent about 3 weeks crafting the config for it in Lua from scratch. Yeah. Tried a few pre-made configs, but they were often filled with silly conventions or were so poorly documented I had to spend about the same amount of time to decipher them. Yeah. Yeah. I really think that if you are going to use any of those older style, Vim, NeoVim, Emacs, whatever, that you have to pretty much set it up yourself and get it to a state that you like, because their entire power is in their customization, right? If you removed all that, they would have died long ago because they're very limited out of the box. Reason our Python team mandates 80 is because it makes side-by-side diffs more manageable. Okay, yeah, that's a good case too. Good point, which does make sense, but the Go team does not, and the diffs work about as well anyway. Yeah. And sometimes it's just, that's what somebody with more seniority than you liked. And maybe even that was like a decade ago and they don't work there anymore, but it's stuck because somebody decided it and nobody wants to change it, which, took some doing, but now I have it the way I like. And the modal functionality, navigation with regular keys is winner for me. VS Code and idea have Vim mode, but it's never good. Gotcha. Yeah. I never really I can edit basic text files and config files in Vim just fine. But I never got wicked good at it to where it was second nature to do all of the stuff. I'm pretty sure, I think find is like a slash and then the text that you're looking for, right? That's about the only, fancy thing I know other than exiting. And I can get the appeal to an extent. I like the simplicity of a lot of things, so that is attractive, but I also really like my highlighting that I didn't have to set up. This is just out of the box. My dual pane that it's easy to do, There's a lot of, I think you can do this in Vim too, but I like being able to go, what's this again? What's the signature of this? Oh yeah, and then I can click on and go to docs, you know. Takes practice like anything else. For me, it was well worth it. I don't have to keep reaching for my mouse. Also, tiling window manager and a fancy extra keys keyboard. Pardon me. It means I can work without a mouse and my arm doesn't hurt from constant moving to mouse. Yeah, yeah. And I get the appeal of that too. But it just hasn't become a big enough pain point for me to really YOLO myself fully into that world. I have been tempted a couple times, but, you know. At the end of the day, it's to me, like, I like computers and tech, but I'm most interested in what can the tool do for me, right? What can I make with the tool? And I would rather build a thing than spend an afternoon ricing my desktop or something, right? Like, I understand the appeal and it looks fantastic, but I'm more interested in just building a thing. Yeah, but I have a key combo to show me docs pretty much the same way you get a pop. Yeah, I think so. I think I've seen that before. That said, nowadays IDEs have pretty much a standard set of features and they're all good. Yeah. Yeah, there's been a LSPs really, really made everything kind of just baseline good. I'm a big fan of all that quality of life tooling, you know. I was reading a thing too, I think it was on Hacker News, where somebody was saying that for them, they had ADHD really bad, and they said, you know, the in context type hinting and you know, function completion hints and all that really made them a lot faster because they didn't have to worry about trying to keep that in their head. And I forget that crap all the time too, so I could totally sympathize with that, you know. And they said, you know, it was a big deal for them because they had trouble remembering and they didn't have to keep going back and forth. Yeah, VS Code is awesome because you install it, turn the key, and it works. Yeah, you can start using it immediately. That's what I told my friend to do when I started teaching him Python. I didn't want to take a 3-week detour to teach him Vim. Yeah, absolutely. I've tried VS Code, and it's not bad. I mean, it's perfectly serviceable. I used to use it like as my daily IDE, except for it was at work. We had PyCharm, and that's what they just said, here, use this. I'm like, okay, cool, it's close enough. And then I started to use JetBrains IDEs more, and now when I go back, I miss a lot of the things that JetBrains has done. Just nice little bells and whistles. The thing with my IDE/editor, and you'll likely laugh, that makes the biggest difference for me is having a GPU accelerated terminal. So NeoVim is blazingly fast. Sounds crazy, but the difference feels incredible. Yeah, there is a definitive, and you get this a lot with websites too, right? There's a definitive feeling of smoothness that comes from better response times. Like, you may not be able to really actually measure that, or if you do, it would seem insignificant. You know, an extra millisecond or two, who cares, right? It makes a difference to the smoothness and how responsive a thing feels. Same with you know, video games. If you're right at like 30 FPS, it doesn't feel as good as 60 FPS, even if you don't have you know, FPS eyes, whatever, right? Okay, yeah, I think this. I think this should handle everything I want. Yeah, I laughed when I first read about a GPU accelerated terminal. I mean, it's text. I installed it out of curiosity. Now I'm never going back. Spoiled by frames. Ah, see, now I've got this going on again. Why do you do that every so often? I'm very confused by that. But, so if we do, okay, now you've done it again. Why are you doing that? We'll need to track that down. But, let's do you. And then, no, oh, I forgot to run dialogue. That's my bad. Moving to Vim, NeoVim after that followed kind of naturally. Otherwise, I flipped between VS Code and IntelliJ before that. Yeah, makes sense. This needs to be, I think, after this. Let's find out. We might be able to also run it. Hey, thanks for that follow. I really appreciate that. This is modal dot run dialogue. And we give it, in this case, they gave it the button, but I want to do the parent, I think. But this is not a widget. I can do it off the button, I think. That's probably fine. All right, now we do, bet you this is a race condition that's causing that somewhere, but delete you, apply, select destination tile. That's a problem because it's covering the whole screen with the inactive unclickable thing. Cancel, however, is working great. So this needs to hang off of ooh, that might be a problem. Modal work here me thinks, yeah, I was hoping it would stay inside of that frame of the split, but let's see if there's anything. Opens in a window, don't want that. Takes up the entire window, don't want that. Yeah, and it's because it's a new body, right? That's what happens, I think. It overrides, it puts itself on top. So we're going to need something else. Should be... content, that's just that. Oh, what if new body only accepts that, and this has to be on the body, so that won't work. Yeah. Well, do I have... There's a snack bar, but that's just a bottom bar. I want... There's no other notification type thing, huh? I want that. I would need to probably make my own thing then. That's not what I want at all. That's annoying. Okay, well, some kind overlay over the controls, but not the grid. Probably, yeah, exactly. Something that disables clicking on any of the other controls, but leaves the grid free for picking the target. Exactly. So, what I'm going to need... I wonder... Let's test some stuff here. This will go away. We're going to rename this to notification body, but you're not going to be a new body. You're going to be a new frame over the parent. And then we just comment that for now. This needs to be styled. Opacity. Is this a set or is it just an equals? Float 32. How do I style opacity correctly? Concepts, style. See styles. Styles, there we go. Gradients, radius, position, alignment. Okay. I might have just overlooked it. Completely possible. Float 32 of style type. Tell me. Let's go to the package. Above 0 indicates to create a state layer over the element with this much opacity on a scale of 0 to 1. And the color or state color defined, set based on state, overridden in stylers. Okay. What if I just do that? And then... what is the syntax for background color again? I would find that in here, I think. In theory. Button base. Do I not have color set anywhere in here? It's a really wonky... Ugh. Guess not. I would have set it in... I don't know. Docs time. S dot color. So this is S dot background equals colors dot scheme dot background. Except for, I think background is completely black, but it'll be fine as a test. Does this show me on a click a opaque to some degree covering that stops me from clicking through? That's what I want to know. So if I come in here and we need to 4-3 to 5-3, delete you. No. Oh, I deleted the wrong one. That's why. No, it does not. Unless it is just too... Let's do that. We'll make it an obnoxiously different color. And it might actually be a case of... I'm not hanging off the correct parent. Do you need to show the new frame in some way? No, this should add it just by creating it. It's one of the things about Kojin that's kind of weird. If I was to create it without providing a parent, then it wouldn't add it, and I would need to add it. It's also possible new frame size 0 because of... Yeah, it could be. That'll fix that. Let's see. Apply you, add. Yeah, still not. We can do an inspect. And we can look and see. Frame 5. So it exists somewhere. But... Oh, it says it's there. It's where it thinks it is. Because, right, the button... The button gets a parent, so it gets connection section. That doesn't seem right. It's the icon. Do this. We can say... That is the correct guy. So you get added to... that's not where I want. This is where I want. Connection section, which is the connection table. So you should be a child of this section. Which I don't actually want, but it seems like you're a child of this. No, this, yes. Which is correct. Oh, no. What's going on there? Oh, right, because the button can't live inside of that table. The table has styling stuff. It lives inside a form parent. That is where I would want it. That would be there. That makes sense. It's because it's getting added at the end somewhere, probably. Right, that's why. It gets added as a child. I don't know what I was thinking. And I don't think there's a way for me to really easily put things over one another in a Z level. So what I would need to do... I bet you that's why they do a body for their dialogue thing. And they just display it over top completely. What I suppose I could do... I would have to then disable everything inside of the form somehow. I don't think I want that. Should go back. Go back. Can I still do a body, but is there a way for me to constrain a body? Do a canvas, but that's still just an element. Why do I not have... Maybe these were old docs that had explanations of body. That's frustrating. Oh, what if I... Hang on. Maybe this is a states thing. Which would kind of make some sense, right? We go to concepts, states. I don't know what's happened there. Is that the only state you've documented? Or is your docs page broken today? Whoa, hey. Okay. What if instead of this, we did because that's not frame set state disabled. What if I did that? What would have happened? Thanks for the nice programming discussion. It's getting late in my corner of the world, and I go catch some of those Z's. I'll drop by again when I see the stream. Hey, yeah, awesome. Have yourself a wonderful night. We'll catch you some other time. The schedule is on my page. If you click on that, not on the video itself, but my profile, it'll be localized for you. And love to see you again. Okay, so this would theoretically, if it worked, disable that frame entirely, which might apply styling automatically for this. I do this. I actually don't need to care about that. I just want that. And it doesn't... Did I put you on... Like, that looks... You know, well... That looks correct. It's not. Oh, I would need to... Probably update the frame. Not that silly. ProRes frame parent dot update. That would probably trigger it to at least have the styling. We would have to also go through all the children and disable them or something. Yeah. Okay. They're just not actually disabled. But that's forward progress at least. Or at least an idea of it, right? But I have actually been streaming for 4.5 hours when I normally go for 4. Because I thought this was going to be easy. Famous last words, right? And I wanted to cap it off the day with that. But no such luck. At least we got there's still some bugs to work out, but at least we got the state stuff ironed out. That's a big improvement in the user experience, I think. I'm really happy with that. So it's time for me to go do other things. Like I was saying, if you click on my profile, there is a schedule for you that is localized. You're welcome to check that out and come hang out some other time. I'd love to see you. And if not, hey, you have a great weekend anyway, and we'll catch you some other time. Thanks again.